And good morning. Let's see where our links are. What is the audio like? Testing, testing. Eight still kind of sucks. Testing, testing. Maybe. Maybe it's fine. What are we doing today? I was working on the AoE. Oh, what happened here, dude? Uh, what is this, dude? Use the mouse wheel to switch between single and multiple tab rows. What? What is this? Why is this enabled? Oh. All right. We were just gonna breaking stuff out, turning it into functions to make well, you can just go here, all right, update. That's how that works. We need to fix... I was fixing the AoE. I remember I started doing something and then I got caught up in something else. But really it is the AoE. And basically... the... Oops. Here, init target mode. So we init target mode, and then it draws the targeting distance grid once, which is good. And it does all of this. And then it has to finish this, and it has to send it. So what I need to do here, I need to... need to go to the shader. This value here. This is what we need to do. Get tile draw state. If draw movement grid. Then it's going to do this. It checks the highlight grid. And there we're writing the movement grid 1D, which is a uint array. And what is being written? The movement grid matrix. The movement grid matrix is this. I was in the middle of changing the name here. Because I really don't like the idea of adding another thing here. Oh, vanilla. We will see how it goes. Really just powering through this. I'm literally using streaming as a way to be able to work at all. So as long as we get something done, I'm happy. Mm. But let's figure out what data we're actually writing here. So generates bitwise grid, right? So what is happening here? We have directional bits. So the highest value here is 248. And that's all the way over here. That's 12 bits. I think that's what it's using. It's 12 bits. That's still a lot. Because that would mean that I can only have 2 layers. Because it's only a 32-bit integer. Partially because of Unity. Because you can't use 64 integers or 64-bit integers in the shaders in Unity because it's too outdated. Right? So I could do this, and then I would have 4 bits to spare in each layer. Which might be good to have for like adding extra colors or whatever. Because I'm just thinking like what could possibly need to be displayed, right? So when you execute targeting, it draws out the targeting distance once. So if that's overwritten, it's not recreated, right? So when I then mouse over anywhere for the AoE to show around the mouse cursor, it gets overwritten. But I don't want to have to regenerate the targeting area every single frame that the mouse is moving, because that's a lot of pathfinding and shit. It's just not good. And that's why I'm trying to think of a way to just have multiple layers of information so that I can just keep the targeting there below, and then I just change values on top. And I guess that might be fine with just 2 layers. Like you have one permanent layer, and that permanent layer might also include other things like, because I'm just thinking of hypotheticals. Like let's say there are like hazards or something. Maybe you have like red flashing tiles or something like that. But those things can also just be on the lower layer and they're just there, right? So maybe we try baking it in here. And in that case, we're going to have to shift it by 16. Because here it's going to generate bitwise grid. And that returns the entire... Oh, right. I have a path here. That's what this is. Generate bitwise grid. This is... This isn't pathfinding, because it's already been path found. That's what we're doing here. We're doing AoE search. And then we generate a dictionary of tiles, which is then each step in the pathfinding. And then from that, we generate a path visually, which is kind of complicated because I want the path to have like a central color and an outline. And that means that I have to like read the path and then generate a value that shows like if like the fifth bit is flipped, that means that like the right side has a corner. And if this is flipped, that's the bottom side, left side, top side. And it also needs to check corners, apparently. Yeah, it does. I guess. And that's here. The ground targeting matrix gets generated there. And then here, this is where the movement grid 1D needs yeah. Because the movement grid 1D, that's I convert a 3D array into a one-dimensional array, because that's how buffers work in the GPU. And this is where it needs to be something like shift by 16 to the left, right? Yeah. But it's not that easy because the matrix The grid matrix buffer is being released and renewed here. And this is where we need to remove this step. This step needs to be removed. And it needs to be moved into its own step that happens after all the grid sections have been generated. Draw targeting distance grid, draw movement grid. See, this is where it becomes a little bit tricky. Mainly because I have so many functions that do pretty much the same thing. This one is neutered. Draw movement grid. Generate bitwise grid. That's just this that I moved. So this we can remove. No, Tetea, I'm not going to prepare a Discord group. Um, and here again, compute grid highlights. Wait, is this a different buffer? No. Well, there's only one thing to do. I don't think this will actually be very difficult. It's just a little bit of a headache to wrap your head around. Because in reality, this is the same, right? Let's comment it out so we can see what it looked like. I think I actually made a function last time, didn't I? Finalize highlight grid, yeah. And that's just going to look like this. Now, the thing I worry about here is so if we have a grid like this, right? And we have a character that's standing right there. This is pretty much what the movement grid or targeting grid might look like. Let's just go with that, right? And what I'm doing is I write a variable that tells us where the bottom left corner is of this entire selection area, which is down here. And then there's another one that says how big it is, right? And doing that when I'm rendering, I can just check, is the current pixel within that area? If yes, then we check. If no, then we don't, right? But what I'm worried about is if I don't separate this into like two different things, which is probably easy to do, to be honest, but if we have like a huge map, like this big, and I then have the mouse like all the way over here, and this is the area that it's targeting, then it's gonna end up looking this big inside the code. And that's what I'm a little bit worried about. I don't think it'll actually affect the... Hello, cute slime girl. I wouldn't call this an art screen. But yes. So this is what I kind of don't want happening. And that's why I think we should... Well, we can still use the same array. But the array will still get bloated. Because the array has to be as big as this. So maybe we should make another array. I think we have to. So here in compute grid highlights, should we call that? Let's change this name to compute grid highlights static. I think that's okay. And then here we go and find it. And we replace this in we have to undo that. And then here we do it in current project. 7 occurrences. Let's hope that worked. I hate using replace all, but in this case, I think it was the right thing to do. And then here we have the compute grid matrix buffer. And this is going to be the compute grid matrix static grid matrix buffer. Then let's go to definition. Then we make another compute buffer, and we're going to call this dynamic. Dynamic is updated every frame, more or less, in this case. Going to be the same as that. Have to set it up correctly. Dynamic. Have to release it. And that seems to be about it. And now in that case, this thing here, where I was trying to split it out into a new thing, this really only needs to be a thing for the dynamic grid. The static grid, that just needs to be written once. So this should be, let's rename this to like finalize dynamic highlight grid. Now we just sit here and lose focus for a little while. Where did I even steal that? Path matrix. Compute path rect. The path has its own thing. I was already doing it in like layers. Draw targeting distance grid, yeah. Let's remove this comment. Which apparently fucked something up. Oh, there's... This was where I removed it. Draw ground target area. And this is the dynamic one, right? This is dynamic. Hmm. Draw movement grid. So what is draw movement? Draw targeting distance grid. Draw movement grid path. So let's try sorting this a little bit, because it's a little confusing. So we have draw movement grid path, draw targeting distance grid, draw movement grid, and draw ground target area. So I believe these two go up here. And the reason for that is static grid functions and then down here we'll write dynamic grid functions. That'll make it a little bit easier to keep track, hopefully. Man, I didn't have any tomatoes today. This bread is very dry. Oh, this goes there. There. Oh! All right. So draw movement grid path. It happens in movement tool. which means this happens on trigger. And trigger happens in check mouse. Check mouse and check a right mouse button. And check mouse happens here. So this is where we need to call finalize dynamic highlight grid. More or less. I think it doesn't really matter as long as we do it before the shader rendering step. After this and before the shader rendering step. So maybe we can move it further down. Update mouse. Wait, what's happening? Where am I? Update. Update ends there. Interface late update. Combat update. Late update. I think it's here we want to do it. We're updating buffers and shit. Execute compute shader. That's where we want to do that. This is the worst bread I've made so far. It's burnt and dry. It's terrible. And I don't have tomatoes. Rough. But okay, so we got this here. Now what we need to do is we need to update the code here to include this stuff properly. So we've got draw movement grid path, draw ground target area. But movement grid path, that had its own buffer, didn't it? Which I think is unnecessary, but it's already there and working, so we can just leave that for now. Like, sure, I guess. But I imagine this should just be part of the new thing here. So that means the only thing we have to add here is draw ground target area. this also needs something new. Okay, so we need. Why is this too different? I don't like that. I would prefer having less buffers, if possible. And one way to do it is instead of having two separate buffers for vector position and vector size, it should just be a vector 2, right? So it's just x and y is min and size. And it should also be an array. Well, no, hold on. This is different. This isn't a buffer. When you just do set vector, well, it is a vector. Oh, right. That's why it's a vector 3 in each one. That's why it's 2. And it isn't a buffer. This is just setting the vector. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Because buffers are arrays, right? They're GPU arrays. Oh, This stuff. Hello, light. Probably not be set here. This should be set here. This here. Let's make these global, but let's call them something else. Is that even used? I don't think that's used. That's not used. Hour. Oh. Losing focus. So we generate this matrix here. And we were gonna move this to over here. This is now going to be around target vec3. Now, in reality, the way this was supposed to work was that I have to add together and find the lowest value and the bit highest value on everything that needs to go in this. But as it turns out, it's literally this only this one thing. Hello, Skibby, how's it going? And this is now the compute dynamic grid matrix buffer. Dynamic. Holy shit. I'm only remotely almost back from the dead. Like but yes, trying to get back to it. I don't know why I do this. I name everything like drastically different in the shader. It's really stupid. But this compute grid highlights rect position. That needs to be changed to compute static. Didn't mean to do it everywhere, but that I think that's actually fine. Change that. Or we do it again accidentally. And this here, compute grid highlights, effect size. Oh, that should also be current project. That should also be changed to static grid highlights, rect size. 9 occurrences. And then we need to make 2 new ones. That should be called dynamic. there. And compute high grid highlights. In here. Grid highlight static. Mission, and here we need to have another buffer called dynamic. And then what needs to happen is here we're getting get tile draw state, right? But that is, it's just giving us this. I don't like this name. Get tile draw state. That should be something more like get tile static highlight state. Then we can make a new one. Call this dynamic. There. And then here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna split this out a little bit. So here it says if draw tile grid equals 0u, why is 0 enabled? Oh, okay. I think I see. It's here because first we draw the path here, and then we set draw tile grid to what that's supposed to be. Right. Okay, I get it. We just want to do something like this. This is draw movement grid. That's not really... I think this is where it's supposed to be, but this should just be... This should be renamed to like draw static and draw dynamic grid, I think. So this is going to have to be reworked a little bit. The movement grid should just be static grid. Targeting should be static grid. And the pathfinding path for moving should be dynamic grid. Targeting should be dynamic grid. Instead of having like 6 different things here. So this should have draw tile grid equals 0u added to it. And this should be, this is the rect position. Compute dynamic grid highlights rect position. And this is then compute rect size. And this is then get dynamic highlight state. Compute path rect position. Like so. So how broken is that? Very broken. Attempting to create a zero-length compute buffer. Movement grid 1D length. Right. Okay. So let's make a boolean. Public bool render or generating dynamic highlight grid equals false. And then here at the end here, we're going to say that that's false again. And then inside of this script here, which is draw ground target area, we're going to say that this is true. Let's try that again. Because what was happening was I was running the finalization thing. No, hold on. Finalizing is being called. Let's just write here, if generating dynamic highlight grid is false, then we just return. No crash. movement grid works, but that worked before too. This spell is the one that was broken, Cyrus Gaze. Now we have a grid there. And now we don't, and it's broken, and this grid is broken as well. Yeah, great. This is being set to the wrong thing. Dynamic. Dynamic. Try again. Moving works just fine. There's Gaze. Step forward. It's incorrect, but it does work now. Like it is actually doing exactly what it should. But it is erasing the grid instead of drawing it, which is probably simply just here, right? Get tile dynamic highlight state. And then here, this is returning something. Oh yeah, I remember we did one thing that I didn't remove. And that was, where was that? It wasn't here. Here, this is it. I set that to that. So now let's see if it, because it's supposed to render a different color. The ground is supposed to be a weaker blue, and the tile targeting is supposed to be a stronger blue. I think it should probably be like yellow or something, but as long as it's a different color, that means that it works. But yes, now it's rendering the same color correctly though, which is good. So now we just need to figure out where we are setting the color. So that should be here. We are doing generate bitwise grid, right? And this is where I think something is going to have to be changed, because you see here, the colors are being assigned here based on what pathfinding mode we're in right now. So I guess that's okay, but pathfinding mode, targeting, movement, round, target. Like that. We go back here, case, make another case. Round target. But it's also this here, like it says blue, red, green, yellow, but this doesn't really indicate, or it doesn't let me control like the strength of it or anything like that. So for now, let's just set this to yellow. And we'll see what that does. It works. Now, the one thing that is still not functional, and I don't actually know what's causing it, is that the outlining is broken here. And I don't actually know why. Because if you look at move, you can see that the area has some outline. And so does the yellow here. It has a blue outline, even though it should be a yellow outline. But it does have an outline. And I'm not entirely sure where that problem comes from. Now, I think next what we need to fiddle with, it's something I really, really don't want to fiddle with. But that's shader float inaccuracy. Oh, I don't want to mess with that. As you can see on the buildings here, there's a red line there. On the ground, there are like black lines. There's a red line here. There's a line there. That is GPU specific. GPU specific bugs. And I want to blow my brains out. So it's basically like on my NVIDIA GPU, when I did that, it was fine. But I had to like do weird things to get it to work. Like add like 0.01 to certain floats for it to correctly display and correctly loop things. And that means that it has something to do with how, like which values it uses to read textures. And it also has something to do, most likely it has something to do with how it handles like overflow and whatnot when you go like outside of the values or like whatever. You know, like when you have a texture that's like 0 to 10, and then what happens when you go to 0 point or 10.1 or 10.001. I think there's something with like overflows and going outside of bounds with values that GPUs supposedly, from what I read, they can handle differently. And that means that I might have been relying on a crutch in how the NVIDIA GPU has handled incorrect code, really. So I'm going to have to mess with that. And then I'm going to have to disable my AMD GPU and try it on my NVIDIA GPU and see if it makes a difference. But I don't know if it does. Now, what happens, right? Move Unity up there. Because that's my other GPU. But it doesn't seem to... Like, it doesn't fix it to move it up there. All right, let's try this. I'll shut this down. That still does that. Not really showing anything there. Not showing what card it's using. Might I be able to check? Because I don't know which GPU is 1 and 2. I don't really know where to check that. Okay, so 0 is my GeForce. Alright. Let's try that again then. The GeForce should not run it at 300-400 FPS. There's no way. This card is dog shit. Okay. It still has the same bug. Maybe it's not GPU related then. I don't know how this started happening because I haven't changed anything that would fuck this up. Like it actually just started happening when I launched Unity after a long down period. And it's super inconsistent too. Well, is it related to time of day or something? No. Is it related to... No, it's not. It's not test variable related. Guess it's just fucky. So where could that possibly be? Don't remember what the main is called. Should be this. Yeah, okay, CS main. Could be related to this. right, it takes forever to do this. Oh no. I had to rework the entire shader at one point because it started taking like 2 minutes to recompile it. It's terrible. So we have C test here. This isn't doing anything at all. Okay. Let's move that there. So this is doing something here at least, but this is not the fix. Okay. That does nothing. This is the worst because it could be literally anything here. I'm flooring things, I'm rounding things, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm adding offsets here and there. And it could literally just be that there's like a floor doesn't work and it should be round, or it should even be seal. But kind of don't know why it's doing what it's doing. Not that. Which is weird, because I would kind of think that this might be it. Because I'm adding an offset of 0.01 to this. And that could definitely be it, but it doesn't seem to be it. all you can do is add the test variable somewhere and try changing it. If something happens, then that might be where the problem is. If nothing happens, then that's probably not where the problem is. Unfortunately, unless I add like 10 more test variables, which is almost something I kind of want to do. That means that you have to restart shit every single time. All right, so if this is on 0, that's what happens. 0.01, then it gets worse. Minus 0.01. This is not it. This doesn't fix anything. Okay, so because it doesn't look like it's happening all the time. Like it only happens at certain places. Hello, Robert. So what is the tile set called? Test tile sheet? Is that the one? So if we look at this, if we go here, it is happening. Is here? You see there's a black line here, but so that's here. So it's just, is it always overshooting? Like what does it look like over here on the left? Because this down here is that tile. What if we try doing this? And then we take this. Round. You can see now that See, it's a little bit tricky to tell here because here on the right, this is all the same as on this side. So what's happening is that when it's supposed to repeat, it doesn't. So when it gets to this pixel, it's supposed to loop back over here. But it is skipping, it's reading this before it loops back. Which is really strange in multiple ways, because I would have thought that it would kind of... Because in my opinion, there would be issues in other places too. Because why is it only this? Because if I go in here and I pick these and we just draw with them, like now you get that rendering error everywhere. But if I grab this here, like that should, in my opinion, also do the same thing, except... Which one did I select? Top left. It should... Oh, this is bugged. And you can see here, if I draw with that, this is supposed to have an edge here. That's weird. So you see it's on the left side. It's Is it in the beginning? It's not working, right? Like this to me, this doesn't make sense to me that I'm doing this. But we just tried to change that, and that didn't change anything. Let's try again, I guess. Like I don't think this makes sense. The offset should be 0 if it's 0. Now if I change that, that doesn't affect anything at all, which is also weird. Oh no. It does affect, it affects the shadows to some degree. But that's it. All right, so let's move on from this section. And let's go to here, raycast loop. So here we are loading tiles using offset values and shit. Let's try adding the test here. That doesn't fix it either. I mean, it maybe it actually does, but not really. No, actually, I think it kind of does. Because when I look at the wall here now as well, now that I'm paying more attention, on the right here, you can see there's the outline of the wall on the right, but it's actually offset slightly. So, and on this wall, it doesn't have an outline. So if I shift this by 1 pixel backwards, that aligns that correctly, but you can see down here, this is still incorrect. And this isn't fixed either. Oh, actually, it's also shifted incorrectly down. But even more so, it kind of isn't. Because down here, the map starts here, right? But if I shift this, then it's not like snug against the edge of the map. But at the same time, if I look at this thing here, it's not correct here either. Like, it's drawing on the left side here, it's drawing the part that's on the right, I think. Yeah. And that's not what should be happening either. This is what this should look like here. But now my cursor is misaligned. I mean, it is now too. This is so weird. Like the world is shifted by 1 pixel. I think this might unfortunately be a multiple position thing, or multi-code, multi-line error. So it's like me checking it in one place isn't really going to do anything, because it might be how I'm like handling stuff in more than one place. So changing it somewhere might fix it a little bit, but it breaks somewhere else. So I should probably add more test variables here and see what fiddling with multiple things at the same time might do. Oh, soda. It's semi-consistent. Let's see what we can do with that. Um, Whoa! OCAB has just subscribed. Sup, Unk? Oh, we're struggling. What's OCAB up to? Okay, that did absolutely nothing. I love it when something does nothing. Oh, you're also doing nothing? Great. Oh, I see. Because this is what happens here. Let's try it here then. That's why. Hello, Grug. How's it going? We are pushing. I'm not sure I'll actually stream much more today, but we'll see. Let's try figuring out where this error exists a little bit longer. That also does nothing. And that's because it only affects render type 1, which is objects. And this is really where tile stuff happens. And this, again, this is where I thought, or what I thought the issue would be. But it doesn't seem to be the case. What else? I don't think this would be a problem either. Like, I do think flooring would generally be the right thing to do, not rounding. Same here, but really understand. Let's try flooring here. Floor versus round makes no difference. This value here doesn't fix the issue, it just shifts it. This does nothing. This is a little bit interesting because here I can shift it over outside of where it should be. And so this to me, being able to see the lines here in the editor, this to me means that this is aligned properly, right? So this is actually correct. It's just it also isn't. How's that? Is okay. So if I use this, then the left side of it disappears. If I draw that, then we get the right side plus extra. And if I draw it on the leftmost edge, we get different behavior. So then we get like it repeats the outside on the inside. No, I haven't really done much programming. I've been focusing on doing writing stuff and helping with our tabletop war game. Because really what we're using here is the floored tile position, right? That's what's loading this. So here, in my opinion, these are the only two things that can muck that up. And then it uses this offset value. Which is determined by raw index minus raw round index. I am still on my carnivore stuff, yeah. Ignoring all the chocolate bars I've been stress eating. Oh, brainoid. Anything else happened during the year? No. I've just been burnt out. All right, let's try that. Mentally or physically? Well, both. Okay, that does not seem to be it. either. That doesn't fix it either. And now if we look in the scene view, hide that. Yeah, now it's rendering better, but it's wrong. Because you can see when I move this over to this pixel here, it's now registering as x0, and here is x-1. So even though it's shifted and it looks better now, it's wrong. So something is wrong with when it's just like on 0. But why? This is my most hated problem. It's so dumb. So if you have a texture and you want to repeat it from, let's say, the first 24 pixels is the tile that you want to repeat, and then you take the pixels 0 to 23, because 0 is the first one, and then you divide it by the texture size, which is 24. You then get an incorrect value. So you have to... Maybe I should be increasing the pixel size instead, or... Because what I've been doing is I've been subtracting 1 from the texture dimension, so it becomes divided by 23 when it's actually 24. But maybe what I should do is I should add 1 to the coordinate. Maybe that's the better way of doing it. But it's also really annoying because when you're reading the texture and it goes from, even if it's like normalized, it goes from 0 to 1. 0 is the first tile and 1 is the next tile. But that means that you can never check like if something is 1, or you have to always check for like 0.99999999999. And it leads to really annoying things. Hello, Grumpy. Is the code behaving itself? Not at all. This is the worst issue. It is literally the worst issue. It's just some microscopic math issue. And I don't know where it is. Should be this. In my opinion, it should be this. Let's try that. That's actually probably not gonna work. This is gonna have to be, well, let's just go with it and see what it does. Kernel is invalid. Is it actually still invalid? Oh, how do you? Okay, that's how you do it. Salt ID was that, and then we return. Try again. And here we can see a clear problem. So this is kind of showing like you can translate the color into a value. You can see here on the right hand side it says 24, and here it says 1, and that translates to pixels. So here on the left we are at pixel number 1 of the tile, and over here it's pixel 24, and up it does the same thing up to 17, which is wrong, first and foremost, because this goes from 1 to 24, and that means that this should also go from 1 to 18, so they are inconsistent. And I don't see why, which is cool. But it's also like this line here should be here. It should be 1 pixel to the left. So it's starting on the wrong tile. Actually, maybe I'm wrong about that. I could actually be wrong about that. But I also don't think that is incorrect. No, it is correct here. It is correct here, because normally these squares don't match up. Like, each square is a unity unit, but and my tiles are 24 times 18, so they won't line up because they're not the same size. Like you can see here, it's the edge is landing in the middle, but this is 0 in the world, so that should line up. Should it? Actually, maybe not. What about over here? Hello. All right, that's not quite working the way I intended. Here. Let's move it to below that. Here. And try again. Is it was rendering out the whole part that is nothingness. So now this should be a lot more useful. So if we zoom in here now, and yeah, you can see it starts at 24 for whatever reason. So that is a problem. What if we print screen it again? So here, yeah, it says 24. But it still goes to 24 there. 17, 24. Where is it getting the 1 from? I think the y is correct. So where is it getting a 1 from? For the x? I'll be right back. Okie dokie. All right, let's try it. Nothing. Really nothing in any of them. What else? Because the ID, that should just be, it should start on 0, right? So that's not it. Oh, let's just try it. See, this like kind of fixes it, but this is again not the fix. This just changes where this starts. Is that it? That couldn't almost be it. Because that's what I need to do. I need to shift it one to the left. And that's screen position. Let's try. If that is the fix, then I don't know why it is doing that in the first place. So that's fun. That was not the fix. I think it's kind of a fix, but it was not the fix. Really strange. No, it's not a fix either. It just kind of solves the problem there, but creates other problems. All right. What we should do is we should implement a bunch of test variables. Extern int test mode And I also kind of want CS test 2 and 3 CS test int. Something like that. Actually, they should be externs as far as I know. Don't really know if it matters. I think they're all externs by default anyway. Oh, that is very close to it for today, but let's implement these. I have to go over here, CS test. Oh, is it in controller? Yeah. There. Um, Go back in here. Undo that, and we're going to say if test mode equals 1. We're going to do that. Else if test mode equals 2. What do we want to render now? What if we just do that. It's just painting yellow. Oh, well, actually, I think I know. That is because if we set it to test mode 1, or test mode 2, it's actually reading from the bottom left. So if we do that, bring it over to Sprite, and then we check the bottom, it says 0. So that means the ID starts at 0, so that's not where the problem comes from. What next? Raw index, screen position. We need a couple of these just to be able to check these values. So there we have IDF. Test mode 3 is going to be world position .xy. Z apparently. Test mode 4, what's that going to be? Screen position. Test mode 5. World cos offset. Render ID equals what else? Right. Let's try that. I do need to stop soon though. One second. Test mode 3, that means world position. Seems okay. Test mode 4 is screen position. Let's do that. Okay. Next is world pos offset. No, don't cancel. Starts at 0, 0. Goes up to 17. Goes up to 24. Incorrect. This should either be 23, 17, or it should be 24, 18. Incorrect. Goes 0 to 24, 0 to 17. Should be 0 to 23 or 0 to 24, 0 to 18. I think it should actually not be that either. It should be 0 to 23, 0 to 17, or it should be 1 to 24, 1 to 18. That's what it should be. Next is point tile offset. That's really not drawing anything at all. Next is tiles. Can I set the camera here? let's see. 480. No, I can't set that here. Don't seem to have camera variables. There, that's perfectly centered. It starts at half. So that's where the next tile starts. But then it's correct after that. World position was okay. Let's test 7. I was on test mode 7 now. So this is point tile position. About 6. 6 didn't show anything. 7. Weird. Because it also it does start there. Like it wasn't just me putting in an incorrect position. Actually, was I being stupid before? But here it's correct. No, it's not. $24.18. So here, when I go up here, this pixel is where the next tile begins. But here, it's not. I have to go one extra pixel before the tile begins. So it's basically setting the tiles as too wide. Offset value. $24, $17. Okay. Here we're setting tile size to 2418, which shouldn't be a problem with that. Now this is still wrong, but now this is weird. Still does that thing. I think. Yeah. Here it's correct. So the actual size is correct here. Oh, maybe not. I think I probably moved it by accident. So, okay, now we've got 1 here, 2 there. So that's correct. 2 there. This is correct. Still goes up to 24. That is genuinely so weird. I do not know at all how that is possible even. Camera tile offset. Yeah, no problem there. Could be a floating point error, unironically. Because I am flooring. So it could be something like that. That when it's dividing by 18, it's more correct than when it's dividing by 24. Because I'm not really doing anything else between this and then. Like, all I'm doing is this. This is where we're setting world pos offset. So it wouldn't. Because what we're doing is we're Let's check world position again. Three. $24, $18. There's nothing wrong with that. World position is just fine. Right? Except... no, it would still be fine. Hello, Kotilo, how's it going? Going terrible. So somehow, from world position that shows 0 to 17 and 0 to 23, we go to it being incorrect. So somehow, as I divide world position XY, which again is it's 1723. And then I divide it. Though it's actually rather when it's 2418 and I divide it by the tile size, since the tile size is 2418, that should set this value to 1 1 on each side, because it's when it's at 24 and 18, it's actually at the second tile, right? But for some reason, it is when it's on 18 in the Y, it is dividing it by 18. Then I floor it, multiply it back up again, and then we get the correct value. But on the X, we're not. Why? We're making an RPG. But right now I'm rendering in a shader. But it's not working. So am I gonna have to try? All right. Load to World pause. Temp. And then we're gonna do this. This is so stupid. Why do I have to do this? Why is this a problem? So the problem is, here you have world position, and that's just in pixels. So once we are at 24x 18y, our tile size equals 24x 18y, right? So once our coordinates are 24, 18, if we divide 24 by 24, that gets us 1. 18 divided by 18 is also 1. So that means that we are on the second tile in both x and y, because the first tile is 0. But what's happening is that I take 24, I subtract 24 divided by 24 times 24, except it's floored. And that's to get which pixel we are on that tile. So this should just be zero. But it's not. So it doesn't work. No, it's not wrong, because it works in the y-axis. It just doesn't work in the x-axis. Basically, what this is supposed to do is, let's say this is 30, then this is 30. Then we divide 30 by 24. Thirty divided by 24 equals 1.25. And then we floor 1.25 equals 1. And then we multiply 1 by 24 again, which is 24. And then we subtract 24 from 30, which is 6. So now we know we are at the 6th pixel of that tile. And it is working just fine in the y-axis. But in the x-axis, I don't really understand. World plus offset, that's 5. Because this is a 24 times 18 tile. But for some reason, it goes all the way here, but not here. So I don't know. Let's get rid of all of this. Keep that there. And then let's go down here. Tile size. Let me try that. $24.18. That is correct. That's how big the tiles are. So I genuinely don't really understand what's happening here. What else? What else can we check? So the world position is correct. And that's what's so weird. Like, it is correct. And flooring it or rounding it, it didn't seem to work. Like, it didn't make a difference. It still goes to 24. It doesn't matter. There is something strange that's worth noting. The left, if we move over here, it actually goes from 1 to 24, while the y goes from, like, y goes from 0 to 17, while x goes from 1 to 24. But here, at the edge, it starts at 0x. So this one is like they're both wrong. This one starts at 1, but it should start at 0. And this one starts at 0, because it's at the edge. Debugger doesn't help at all. Completely useless when you're doing shaders. At least when you're doing them the way I'm doing them. Yeah. So what's input world position? Like, the world position is correct, though. That's what's so weird. How can it be incorrect? Like, how can the world position show correct values, but this is just fucked? Don't really understand. Let's add another one here. Like it's not interfered with after that. That's what's so weird. And now if I'm flooring world position, then there should be a problem. That is true. Don't know what I was planning on putting here, but let's do world position times 10. Hmm. No, I mean this is clearly 23. 2317, right there. There's nothing wrong with world position. Even if I blow it up so I can see decimals, there are no decimals. There's just no problem at all. And then see here, it does say 24 there. Here it says 23. So why is it too long? It just is. For no reason. Why is it square? What do you mean? Should be rect? I'm not sure what you mean. There's a lot of corners here. And then 3. Here, 24, 24, 23, 23. Yet, here it's fucked. 25, 25. 48, 24. If 48, that should be 2. This should be the next. It's literally just fucking me. It is literally just being a cunt. I'm not doing anything wrong. I am literally dividing both the x and the y the exact same, just different values that are apparently too much. So what if we try some stupid shit? Let's try dividing this by CS test here. Regular line. Let's set this to 24, 18. Just being a cunt. GPU, I assume. I'm not sure. Like that. Then we try this again. Test mode 3. And then we try setting this value to 18 in both. What is it doing here now? Zero to 17. 0 to 17, 0. $24 is literally just a bugged value. Not even kidding. It's literally just a stupid thing. See, 23 works as well. It goes from 0 to 22, and then it starts at 0, goes to 22. Now it's perfect. 0 to 17. We switch it up to 24. Zero to 24, then starts at 1. Goes to 13. No, goes to 24. Starts at 1. Goes to... It's literally just... Ah. $23.999999 works. Oh, Kyle. But I can't do 23.999 because that's stupid. So why is 24? Oh. It doesn't even make sense. What if we, instead of flooring, we try trunk? But this is so it doesn't make any sense at all. Zero to 24. 1 to 20. Now I'm about to stop. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I was planning on doing like 2. This is genuinely the dumbest error I've ever encountered. And this isn't the first bug. Like, this is literally a bug. This isn't the first bug I've encountered. Because I've written ray casting or ray tracing, no, ray marching for both light and shadows, and there's like a soft limit kind of to how many for loops you can have, or how many loops in general that you can have nested when you're working on working in HLSL. And so it just starts really doing things that doesn't make any sense. You get no errors. It doesn't stop working. It just starts doing weird things. And then when you change something, even if you don't change how many loops you have or anything like that, whatever thing you change is going to make it behave in a different way. And it has nothing to do with what you actually changed. It's just bugging out. So, like, that was a pain in the ass because it was impossible to really understand what was happening. But at least that's like a really advanced thing when you have like 9 loops nested inside of the GPU. But this is literally it's literally unable to divide by 24. It cannot divide 24 by 24. It makes no sense. Why can't it divide 24 by 24? HLS cell. Just Google their scalar data types. So what do we have? We have floats. We do have doubles. So at least I think we have doubles. So what if we try doing this with a double? That's literally the only thing I can even think of. So we have world position here. World position. World position, definition, float 3. We have a double 3 world position. And same thing with world position offset. And then I guess we try and see what happens. Literally the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, maybe there's like too many operations on the same line or some other stupid thing. I don't know. Well, that doesn't work either. That doesn't work very well at all. Terminating shadow compiler process. Internal error communicating with the shader compiler process. Internal error. Well, that didn't seem to work very well. What about that? I don't know if I need to fuck with this. 0, 1. Ah, it is literally just fucking stupid. Like what? All right, let's mess around with it a little bit more here. So what I did here was apparently this is like an unsigned float, so that you don't have negatives, you only have positives, and that might give it slightly more accuracy. But apparently it doesn't seem to be an accuracy issue. It's just some fucking. It might literally be a compiler bug, so it's just doing something really strange. So let's try doing something like float to floor world position dot x divided by that, and then we do floor world position dot y divided by CS test. 2.y. And then we can try doing that. Instead of doing just the float on the thing like that, we do it separately. Oh, for the floor, I don't see how that would matter, but this is a weird thing, so. Another thing we can try is like casting it to an int and then this did not make any difference. If I change it to 23 or 25, it works, but not 24. Why? How is that possible? Like at all? What if we choose magic numbers? Maybe? It doesn't make any sense. It works. Magic number works. So somehow the variable that contains the 24 is bugged. I have no clue how that's possible at all, but apparently that's what's happening. Literally retarded. The only thing I can think of at all is that somehow there's too much of something. However, even with that, it's still not rendering the way it should. It doesn't fix it at all, but it did. Like it fixes this one bug, but it doesn't fix the actual problem. And that is probably because this wasn't the only one that was bugged, right? Like this one is bugged. Raw index is bugged. Offset value is bugged. It seems like basically anything that uses the tile size might be bugged. So what we'll do is we have tile size here. So as we go down and find CS main, here we'll just say tile size equals float 2 24 18, and out here we're gonna say tile size not being set there, it's being set in controller. Tile size is not going to be set externally, only going to be set internally. And then we'll see if that has an impact. In fact, let's change this back to tile size.x, tile size.y. That works. The bug is gone. It's fixed. So for whatever reason, setting the tile size externally completely broke it. And that is extremely, extremely worrying, because I set a lot of variables externally. And are they just going to start exploding for no reason? Or like what? I genuinely don't know where this came from or why it started happening, but it seems to be gone now. So that's something, I suppose. I don't have the torches anymore. Thanks, Grumpy. Oh. So stupid. All right. I think that's going to be that for today. That's like 3 more hours than I had in mind. But at least we managed to figure that out. Well, it's not figured out, but we know that it was doing something stupid, and we know what was being done stupid, but we don't know why it was. Let's try. No, I don't get it. I'm gonna try doing this. See if that has something to do with it. I think this is broken. Yeah. So no, that was not it. I'm a little bit curious. So we're setting it to 24 here. What if I set it to 23? Because it did work. When I changed it manually to like 23. It doesn't work. So it's something to do with the external setting. Because now it goes from 0 to 22 here. And here it goes from 0 to 21, 0 to 20, 3 to 19, 0 to 18, 6. It goes from 18 to 6 to 0. And then it's 0 for like 6 or 5 pixels. And then it goes up to 17. This behavior does not make any sense.
It should be fine. All right, that's gonna be that. Might do more tomorrow, but until then.